Hello and welcome to my channel, my lovely friends. We are here for shift 3 of the 12-hour sprints for the BookTube support squad. In case there are new people here who have not been with us, should I have you guys introduce yourselves or nah?
I'm Cal.
I'm Brianna.
Okay, great. That seems like enough. How are we doing today?
Margaret, did you know you're live?
Hold on. I have to check. Has my phone notified me that I'm live? Nope. Oh my god. This is a first. Usually it tells me. So, for those of us, how have we been doing these last 8 hours?
I've had a headache for 5 of them.
I'm sorry. My headache has finally gone away.
Mine is coming on.
Oh, that's
Great.
the worst.
I'm like Dr. Pepper and water. We're doing fine.
But I am really enjoying reading. So
yeah, cool. What are we reading? Are you still?
I am reading 2 books. I'm reading Hell Followed With Us by Andrew Joseph White and Last Argument of Kings by Joe Abercrombie.
Nice. What is Hell Followed With Us about?
It is about a trans boy who runs away from a religious fundamentalist cult that caused the apocalypse.
Oh, Jesus.
Ooh, that
was enough without the apocalypse.
Right? By unleashing a virus that they call the Flood, like Noah's Flood, to literally destroy the world.
Is it good?
So far, it's really good, yeah.
My thing with cult books is the premise of them always sounds so good, and the execution of them are never there.
So it doesn't actually take place in the cult. Like when we meet them, they're already escaping.
Gotcha.
So it's like they're running from them, and experiments have been done to them and stuff. And they end up at a LGBTQ center where when the apocalypse day happened, all the kids that were getting resources there decided to band together.
Nice.
So it's just a bunch of kids sticking together.
Is it YA or adult?
It's YA, but it doesn't read super YA. It reads almost new adultish, and it's very horror-y more than, do you know what I mean? It doesn't feel like a typical dystopian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's weird in a good way. Yeah.
I have been getting stuff done around the house, sort of getting filming done, editing a video. But the books that I am currently working on are Tiamat's Wrath by James S. A. Corey, which will probably make me cry by the end of the night, and Prada and Prejudice by Mandy Hubbard. So I'm going to be going back and forth between reading and doing stuff for my AHIP certifications that I need to get done tonight. Not tonight. I don't have to get it done tonight, but I need to get it done. So I'll be working on it tonight. Nice. Brianna, what about you?
I am reading Kingdom of Copper. I've read 140 pages today.
Yeah.
Which has been good. I'm really enjoying it, and I decided to tab it.
Nice.
So that's fun. And then I've also filmed a video, took some Instagram pictures for this week, and then at some point I do need to make a thumbnail for tomorrow's. We're just going to make it tomorrow's video. It was going to be today's. It's going to be tomorrow's.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing with what was going to be. I was going to try and get a video up today early, and then I realized that I had sprints. When you do 2 videos in one day, one of them gets worse off than the other. And I was like, ugh, fine, we'll do it tomorrow.
I was just having problems with
Are you supposed to be muted, Cal?
That's why, and you're going to gasp at this, but my wrap-up is coming out tomorrow. I know, late.
Also, because it's Monday, and you put out
have Monday off. Okay, let's see who we have. So we have Brittany Loves Reading, says might as well stick it out and do the full 12 hours with y'all.
Yeah.
Emma, who is also a mod on my channel now.
Where's the Emma? Why aren't you at my house?
I think it's hilarious that Emma was on my sprints and then for about 5 minutes of Cal's sprints and then now is back.
Well, Emma says I joined off and on while finishing some sewing projects. It's been a blast. Thank you. We have Julie from Keep Calm with Books and Coffee is part of the 12-hour club. Bethany's Independent Build. I'm sorry, is that supposed to be Blind Life? Or is it something I am missing. It says, "Hey, I'm just coming off of CC sprints. I have been participating in sprints since 8:30 this morning, my time." And it's
Nice.
that is impressive. Currently reading A Court of Mist and Fury. Beautiful.
Nice.
Sarah's also hopping on for the third set of sprints.
Okay.
Just about done with Red Center. Sister, can't read
Red
it.
Center.
And got lots of animal masks sewn together and tracing out plush pieces. Like you sound
You've
so
been
fast.
so productive
So
today.
productive, insanely
You-
productive.
I have to know if you have an Etsy shop or something. I'm assuming that's what's going on here. Hannah Blackwell is just joining and reading Ship of Magic. Okay.
Yeah.
If you have not watched my wrap up, Hannah, you probably haven't. Was not my favorite Robin Hobb series I've ever read, but that is also very much a me thing. So, to some extent.
Sometimes being in the minority of like hating a book is just so much fun.
Yeah, it's for me, it's less that people think I'm wrong and how people who think I'm wrong react to me saying that there are problems with the book. I'd be like, no, it can't be problems because it's Robin Hobb. But I'm not going to go off on that. There's 15 minutes of ranting on my channel. So, and then Bree has joined us as well, taking a break on editing things, working on training. R.S. Rook reading Warrior by Marie Brennan and When the Mind Hears, A History of the Deaf by Harlan Lane. Remind me, do you switch off and on like Cal does, R.S. Rook, or someone who gets on our sprints does two at the same time? And I don't. Oh, there it is. It finally told me I'm live.
Yeah.
And then Brittany's going into reading Meg and Joe for the rest of these. Yes, I've heard of that
I've heard
one.
good things about that one.
But yes. And then okay, I was right. It is Blind Life. Thank you so much for joining us, Bethany. Perfect. Okay, and then yeah, R.S. Rook does switch a lot. And Sarah's answer was, a friend of mine also has an animal rescue for abandoned and abused birds. We set up a booth at one of the local Ren fairs.
Oh, fun.
Nice. I love me. I miss them because I'm not going to mine because I live in Florida and we're crazy right now. But I miss Ren fairs. I haven't been to one since before
I
COVID.
think we're supposed to have one here next month. I feel like
Yeah.
I saw it.
Ours is always just like, there are two modes at our Renaissance Festival. You will either be in a place where there's no one or where everyone is.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see. Hannah Blackwell says that Kingdom of Copper reminds her of Robin Hobb in writing style. It happens. I will agree on that, having read both S.A. Chakraborty and Robin Hobb. So, I think that is a good comparison. Yes. Okay, so I have a thing. Do we want to start sprints? Just jump right in? Or
Yeah.
okay, let's do this. I can actually do this. I just figure we'll stick with 40 minutes. Like we've been doing, because that seems to be working for us.
It's a nice, like, it's not too short, but it's not like overly long.
Yes. So I think I'm going to start doing my certifications. We'll just get that out of the way for one sprint. Or I might go throw dinner in real quick and then do my certifications. But anyways, helps if I hit play. 3, 2, 1, mute your mics. Welcome back. Cal has moved outside.
Nice.
It's amazing. Oops, I have no idea. So, hey, how did we do?
I didn't read. I snuggled with puppies.
Aw, that's good. Cal, if you're wondering why we're not responding to you, you are currently frozen. So I read, nope, that's not how much I read. I read a few pages of Pride and Prejudice just now because I finished the module, but I didn't want to go into the test. But I also read 16 pages of Tiamat's Wrath. So that was
nice.
Yes, and I got my dinner in.
I'm at that awkward point of the day where it's like too late or too early for dinner, but too late for a snack.
Yeah. I've been there. I usually just get the snack.
I probably will next run. It's a puppy.
Just a Schmidt. All right. Let's see. Oh goodness, you guys are coming in fast. Sarah got a dragon plush together and posted a story on their Insta, and there's only 4 pages left in the book. Nice. Brittany read 35. Brittany read 35 pages, and it is already going better than the read from earlier. Oop, Cal's back.
Hey, I don't know. I was playing YouTube from that spot the whole time, and then the minute we came back, it was like no internet there.
JK.
Oh haha.
So let's
you
see
thought
if it works.
You thought you had it. We'll see. Let me continue.
Sit like
Snazzy. What?
Schmidt doesn't know how to sit in someone's lap.
Do we care? No. He is perfect.
There.
Nice.
Snazzy Moose did a little laundry and made it to the 50% mark in upgrade. Julie is happy to see Schmidt. Bethany is 10% through their book and also ordered Subway for dinner. Nice. I keep thinking I want subs, and then I never end up. I've had that thought
sounds
a couple
really
of times
good.
over the past few weeks. What?
So that actually sounds good.
I know, right? But then I'm like, I don't want to go anywhere though. I'll just eat food at home.
Maybe that's what I'll do for lunch tomorrow.
So Gina is back from ice skating. 12 kids, 5 to 11, and a handful of adults. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Not fun. How did you do, Cal?
I did well. I read a good amount of Hell Followed With Us, and then Wilder actually stopped by because she's
nice.
a puppy right now who needs some running around with other puppies. So we have Bella and around my backyard.
Nice.
Getting good puppy socialization skills.
Nice.
That's smart.
Shotzi, you need to sit.
I don't know what I'm going to do for Tessa, considering that I don't trust people at dog parks and I don't have any friends with puppies.
Do like a training class. That's what I'm not learning anything from Schmidt's class, but he's getting to socialize with other dogs. That's the more important thing.
That's definitely a plan.
For a week. Or go to Utah for a week.
Yeah. Tessa would get trounced. I'm pretty sure Shotzi could just pick Tessa up in her jaws and carry her around like a toy.
Yeah, but we've seen Shotzi with Schmidt. She loves babies.
I know she does. I think she would carry Tessa around.
Oh, look.
Uh-oh, Bella's BM in trouble. Okay, and Lauren Hollenbach said, I'm going to be able to finish any pictures when I start during Cal's, which they started during Cal Sprints. Awesome. Ooh, we got, Rook just had supper, and then Gina Lynn, they just ordered pizza delivery for dinner. If I had been smart, I would have had a plan for food, but I wasn't, so I just put some in the oven.
I think I have some tortellini that I can make.
Nice.
Some sausage.
What kind of puppy is the new puppy that Wilder got?
What kind is he?
Cal.
He's a shrug doodle. We're not sure what kind of doodle. Golden, maybe golden doodle.
I feel like that's the attitude
I don't
you
know.
can do for most doodles. He's a doodle?
Well, and he's still a puppy, right? So it's hard to say like what he'll look like when he's grown because you don't really know.
So,
Yeah, he's not
Okay.
he's not cute. Oh,
so golden.
Bella.
That's so funny. All right.
Yeah.
Anything interesting happening in y'all's books?
Yeah.
You just slept, so
We
I guess
learned
Brianna
that-
wouldn't have.
I'm like, I didn't read. I was on TikTok and with puppies.
We learned that the character that our main character has a bit of a crush on is like totally planning to backstab him.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And I mean, obviously he won't like that. It won't, you know what I mean? But whoa.
Yikes. Big yikes.
How is yours going? Is
Yeah,
it still
very
feel
big
very
yikes.
early 2000s?
I mean, so here's the thing. This is very much younger YA, so I'm not mad at it because it's definitely in line with what was being written at the time and the audience that it is aimed for.
Right.
And I think the fact that the character is so self-absorbed and gets annoyed with people so easily is part of her character growth arc. So like I don't mind it, but
You have so much
She's-
patience for characters like that. I'm just like, you're annoying. Shut the hell up.
she is really dumb.
Yeah.
She's real. I'm
You're
just like
way
it's taken
more
her.
patient than we are about that.
She's still like I don't know. Am I actually back in 1815 or are they lying to me? And I'm just like, sweetheart. So, like some of it is understandable because if I got stuck in 1815 from 2009, I would probably also have a complete and total breakdown and laugh at people who were trying to tell me that I needed to get married at 15. So
That's honestly one of the reasons why I don't like time travel books is because like you spend a way too much time of the book like just trying to acclimate yourself to the new world, and it's just
I
like
think it would
annoying.
be.
Like I
think it's
understand
probably
it, and I would
intentional.
do the same thing if I was had
Yeah.
time travel, but it's just annoying to read. You're like, yeah, you are in 1815. Please shut up and just move on. You
Well,
are.
like,
That's
I
the whole
totally
reason I'm reading this
understand.
book.
Yes. I totally understand. If you don't think time travel is real, you're like, no, this is impossible. And I think she's done that's handled pretty well, but it's also like, sweetie, there's no running water. This is more than just LARPing. So, but it's funny because she's just discovered a set of letters that are stating that someone has a daughter, that they are not, that a duke has a daughter, and she thinks it's the duke that is currently in charge of their little house, like that she's already met. I'm 95% sure that her friend, who is the duke's cousin, is actually the daughter, and the duke that's being referred to as his father. So, anyways, I have a feeling that it's that duke, but she didn't look to see if there was a what's the word? A date. So,
Shotzi, hello.
okay, we got a little bit left, 46 seconds, and then we're back to sprinting.
All right.
Yay! And we have to be on time for this one because that is also when my food is done in the oven.
In the background.
What? I don't hear the music.
The neighbors.
Oop. Cal is frozen.
Oh,
again.
good.
I think Cal said that the neighbors are playing Black Eyed Peas.
Nice.
There we go.
Could be worse.
All right. Oh, that's why it looks so weird. Let's fix this real quick. There we go. All right.
You can actually put it in full mode, and it'll still let you have your tabs up.
Mute your mics. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I was just trying to like finish the sentence.
How are we? Excuse me. How are we doing?
I've made it to page 168,
Yay!
which is pretty good for starting it this morning.
Yeah,
also-
very good for starting it this morning. I made it to page 99.
I also made some tortellini.
I don't know what is going on with your internet. I don't think it likes you.
Right?
Because it was like perfectly crystal clear. And then it went, no,
Until
it
you
faces too much. So, hold on. Apparently I forgot to start Bookly.
Oh no.
Fine. I read 38 pages.
Nice. Of the not
of
of
Pride
the,
and Prejudice. Of the book that's not as good. Okay. I'm so sorry. Y'all have to sit through this. She's doing the thing where she's like, the corset, it hurts so bad. This is that. And I'm just like, we're in Regency, England. This is not the correct. What you're describing, number one, is not where the corset would be. It'd be her ribs and no more. So she'd still have some space down here. And number two, tight lacing is a Victorian thing. So we don't start seeing it until later on in the century. And even then, it was only the very fancy rich ladies. So that would, if she was in the Victorian era, that would work. But she is not.
right.
Okay. Cal?
Maybe not.
Oh my God. Not even Cal's data is working. Well, that's rude. Oh.
Cal's computer was like, no, 10 hours is enough. We don't need
No.
to do that.
I think actually it's Cal can't even hear us.
Oh no.
I think it's that Cal's computer doesn't like being outside because this isn't the first time that we've tried outside and it's been.
Oh, right.
Anyways, so how did people do? Sarah finished Red Sister and made it
Nice.
30% of the way through the first novella. Very good. Brittany says, bring on the rant. I'm not a historian, but I do know a few historical facts.
Once you start talking about like costuming and stuff.
I'm just like, if corsets fit you properly, they don't hurt.
Right.
Bree started dishes. Good for you. Snazzy Moose just chilled and listened to their audiobook. I've been there. My phone was almost dead, so I'm tethered to the charger. I have been there,
That's
done
rude.
that. 60% of upgrade.
Nice.
And then Bethany is at 13%, laying down until Aylin's bedtime. I am assuming Aylin is the adorable baby in your profile photo. I could be wrong. There could be another child.
Could be. So I'm trying to come up with this like concept of doing like next month because obviously like my physical TBR is ridiculous.
Redonkulous?
Redonkulous. Like 230 something.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think like how I can do a challenge next month of like maybe just like trying to do like an audiobook a day or like just a lot of audiobooks and like try because I know I can't physically read a book in a day. But I'm trying to like figure out how to spin that into content. So I could use your ideas here.
So you just said a book in a day, and part of me shriveled up in fear inside.
Right. It would be an audiobook a day.
I
don't know. I don't know how I can make that.
So
concept.
you're trying to read as many physical TBR books as possible?
Right. Like, and then that way I could like, I don't know, get my number to be a decent size, especially because I know that like my birthday's in August. so I'm gonna be getting new books. So really, like, it's not gonna help. It's not gonna go down, but at least then it won't go up. I don't know how to make that content other than just like, I don't know, trying to like read faster than Scribd will let me.
I mean, you could do trying to read like 7 books in a week.
Oh, yeah.
Or something like that. You could do like, if I read these 10 books, I can't open my birthday gifts until I read these 10 books.
That's a good idea.
You could do that.
Yeah.
You could do,
because I read 19 books in July, not counting Kingdom of Copper.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, if I was strategic about it, I could potentially, like, maybe read 25 or 30 books in a month.
Okay. Well, what if you did something like reading as many books as possible? Something that, like, it's like themed around reading as many books as possible from your physical TBR, starting with the shortest book, and then everyone after, like, the next longest book is the one you read next.
Oh, that would be fun.
So that you're kind of snowballing it, and it's like trying to
link it by like words in the title, maybe that could be interesting.
I like the idea of starting with the short books and just progressively getting to the bigger ones.
That's
like do a debt snowball, but with books, with your physical TBR.
That is a good idea, because I was thinking about reading the 2 Alex E. Harrow novellas tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because on double speed, the audiobook's only like 2 hours. And all I'm doing are reports tomorrow.
I wish I had a job where all I have to do is reports. Although we are eventually bringing someone else in to do my job, so I can do more marketing.
The first of the month, so I have to create all of this, the like summaries of the previous.
Can you hear me?
Reports. I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh my god. That's
the
excellent.
prayers worked.
I've like been working on like fiddling with my camera settings and permissions, and it's like allow Safari to use the camera, and it's like no.
Why is that all of a sudden a problem? You've been streaming forever.
Well, because I switched to my phone to use my data because the internet's working on every site but StreamYard, and like I was watching YouTube videos absolutely no problem outside.
Well, I think StreamYard does use a little bit more of like the internet, if that makes sense. Like,
but now it's not using my camera, so I don't know.
You know what? You are here though. We can hear you. Do you
Yeah,
have any ideas for Brianna, for what Brianna's doing?
Do you have any ideas for me?
No. Sorry, well, I couldn't hear you for a long time. What?
Oh, that's okay. So basically my idea is that because it's my birthday and I'm going to end up getting new books for my birthday, that I need to read as many on my physical TBR this month as possible.
Okay.
So that my 230 number does not drastically increase.
Okay.
I have suggested starting with the shortest book and then just reading each next longest book. I have suggested, what was it? I can't open my birthday presents unless I read these 10 books. And then 7 and 7.
I have a really helpful suggestion.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think what you should do, the first thing you should do is you should do the graphic that Margaret created, because that's been physical TBR winner for me. Like that's helped me so much get my physical TBR down. Then secondly, you should read the books that we've agreed to buddy read together with me.
Which ones were that?
And then thirdly, you should read all the books on your shelf that you know I love, and then text me constantly, and then I will propel you forward.
Fair.
Those are my 3. And
but I don't know that there are that many books on my shelves that you have read and love that I haven't.
Okay, so then go buy some. Oh,
that's
wait.
our problem.
That kind of defeats the purpose.
Okay, well then do the other 2 suggestions I had.
There you go. Okay. Well, I don't know. I really like I'm this is me like almost becoming a mood reader. Because I'm like, I have 14 books over here on my TBR that I need to read this month. But then I'm like, but I could also just read all of these.
That's oh no, we lost Cal.
Now we lost Cal again.
That's possible. I mean, you could. Why is this over here and it's not out? Okay.
Home Before is
Okay. Yes, Brittany loves reading. Have any of you read Home Before Dark by Riley Sager? Is it ghosty? Going to do a ghost vlog for October, and I thought I might add that if it worked. Oh, it's a puppies.
So it's a spoiler to tell you if it is or isn't. But I would not.
Hi, pretty girl.
I would not put it in a ghost vlog.
Oh, that's the new puppy. The new puppy looks kind of like Schmidt.
A little bit.
No, he does. Don't insult Schmidt by saying that. She just said that he looks like Brianna's beautiful black standard poodle.
He actually looks a little bit like he's got maybe Newfie in him.
He's way too small, but yeah, maybe
his face like really.
His paws just
Yeah.
are very thick.
Yeah, he is like substantial. Yeah, most of him's fluff though. Like it looks like he's kind of tanky, but he's mostly just fluff.
Ah, gotcha. That's fair.
Nice.
And then you guys know Abby.
Yes, hello, Abby. Oh, something must have gotten thrown. All right, shall we do our next sprint? We were brainstorming, so I didn't want to like stop.
No, you're good.
Stop the
You're
process. Okay.
I'll
So,
figure something out. I was just trying to get a creative idea. That would be actual content.
I mean, you could definitely make content like
I think the 7 and 7 would be the easiest way to do it because then I could just like make my vlog themed.
yeah. Yeah, and you could also do Cal's suggestion and be like, "Does this graphic work?
Good.
Like, are these good prompts?" You are totally allowed to be like weird about my shit. It helps you make
Oh,
content.
I totally falsified my records by it'd be like the highest rated thing on your TBR, and I picked 3 and checked what the highest rating was. Like I'm like, like
That
3 I
works.
wanna
That's
read.
valid. That's valid. I have all of my physical TBR just about listed on my Goodreads, so all I have to do is sort.
But as
Maybe-
long if you do them, then you take like 15 books off your TBR.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a good graphic. It has like
that'd be
it's-
15 and 30.
It's vague enough too that it's like you can read what you want to read.
Yeah,
Right.
That was the point. That was exactly the point.
Can you resend me that link because I don't want to go back and try to find it.
I'll send you I have
the
the picture on
graphic.
my phone.
That works too.
All right, I'm gonna go do a test and then I'm gonna read some more. But
Good luck on your test.
yes,
Yeah,
All
go
right.
be an insurance man.
yeah. 3, 2, 1. Mute your mics.
You didn't put the timer on.
Welcome back.
Hello.
I have
Wow.
actual clarity and stuff.
It's Cal's face that I can see. It is not a pixelated blur.
Yay!
You know what though? Talk about productive sprints, even though it fucked up my ability to be in between. That puppy, the Oscar, had never played with another puppy ever other than Abby when Wilder got him. So brought him over and introduced the Goldens one by one. And he fucking had a blast and was so good. So like,
Probably gonna sleep really well tonight.
yeah. But can you imagine your puppy's never like just wrestled another dog because they don't have any other dogs.
I mean, that was Doyle for the first year of his life.
But he has siblings though. Like
yeah.
like has like Watson and Sherlock and
Yeah.
No, like this dog has not interacted with another dog. Like
Oh, I thought you just meant like outside of.
no, like at all. Like just hasn't seen another dog from 8 weeks old till the time it started training with Wilder.
And how old is it now?
6 or 7 months old or something. Like,
Wow, that's a
How
lot.
weird.
like all the critical socialization periods.
Yeah.
So when he met Abby's so submissive that he was like a little dick to her. So she's like, I need to bring him over to see the Goldens.
I need him to meet Cassie. She'll put him in his place.
I did Bella first because Bella is like very polite and like gets along with everybody, and they got along really well. No dickish behavior. And then I brought Briar because Briar's like in your face, like, hello, but like wouldn't get offended by anything. And then he was being a dick to Abby still about a stick, and I was like, okay, time for the big guns.
Time for Cassie.
And
All
then
right, how did
sorry, and Porto came home, like Emma came with Porto, and Porto ran downstairs. I was like, oh, it's a boy. Like, is it gonna? And he didn't even notice Porto came, so I was like, okay, perfect.
that is funny.
Yeah, so that was a productive sprint session for Oscar.
Nice.
Awesome. I'm sorry. Did we say how everyone else is done besides the dogs? Because I got distracted by the dogs.
I don't think so.
I got to page 200, and then I went down a rabbit hole because I was like, well, how am I going to figure out the order of these books that I'm going to read? Because I came up with an idea of reading 33 books in the month of August because I turned 33, which is crazy. So then I was like, well, I'm definitely going to do the shortest books. So now I'm cataloging them all on Goodreads so that I can make a separate shelf of my physical TBR, and it can sort it for me.
Do you want to?
Which is why I have a physical TBR shelf.
I did, but I wasn't keeping up with it. So I'm just like starting a new one.
Do you want to just both at some point in August read Queen of the Conquered and text about it? Like with that, because that's pretty short.
It is not short. But I can.
Brittany is in my camp. 33 books. That makes me stressed just thinking about it. I think if I did nothing but read every day, I could pull off a 30 and 30, maybe.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking like I have some middle grades that I can knock off. And my other thing is that they come off of my shelf if I unhaul them. So if I get to 100 pages and I don't like it, then I'll just DNF it and move on. And like that'll count.
Smart. You're a reasonable person and not a dumbass like me who's like, well, I started the book. I've got to finish it now.
No, I think I'll give myself 100 pages, or if it's like if I really don't like it in the first 50 pages, I'm just gonna be like, no, I'm done. Like
If it drops a slur or something, you can be like, all right, we're done.
But honestly, I don't even have any books that would be like that because I have curated my physical TBR.
Oh. Well, you'll see my vlog eventually.
Yeah, for a specific, like you had to. Never mind.
All right. Bethany is now at 18%.
Nice.
Sarah finished the novella.
You finished 2 books today.
Yes. And is starting a second full novel. She's going to marathon the series.
I'm honestly so stoked that you guys have been with us for 12 hours.
Right?
Nice. Let's see. Time to go close up and do head counts on the birds. Yes. Tell the birds I said hello. Bree finished dishes and eating dinner. Gina is reading 24 next month for Aurelium, 2 callings, and all the quests.
I have
Jesus
14
Christ,
on my Aurelium TBR. So like,
and
just double it.
Snazzy Moose Red is at 70% an upgrade.
That's fantastic.
Nice.
I think you should redo your entire. Oh, you already have to redo your Aurelium TBR, don't you?
I only had to actually swap out 2 books.
So I think you should have swapped them all out unless they fit on your plan for your physical TBR thing.
I don't have any big ones, and a lot of them a lot of the books that I'm reading are for like vlogs.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Other themed vlogs. I think maybe only one of them is over 500 pages. And I did have to swap out Year of the Reaper. That's not actually a book I have to read this month.
Aww.
I'm sorry.
Gina says, I did Duolingo almost the whole sprint. Brain is tired, but I made it to the top 5. What language? I am curious now. I have 3 that I have started on Duolingo.
I tried to do Portuguese, and I did it for about 2 months before we went to Brazil. And it helped me 0%.
I keep doing Spanish, but the thing about Spanish is I'll get stuff and I'll be like, I should know the answer to this because I took 3 college semesters of Spanish, so that's a full year and a half. That's like 3 full high school years worth of learning. And so I'll get the answer wrong, and I'm like, this is the correct answer, and I'll be like, dang it, okay, Gina is taking French. I did that and drove my French teacher crazy because I'd taken Spanish first, so I was going back and forth between the 2 without realizing it.
I did the opposite. I took French in high school and then Spanish in college.
Yeah, we had to do oral exams, and the teacher was like, or the person testing was like, I'm gonna give it to you, but just so you know, you were literally just going back and forth between the 2, without even stopping.
Well, they're very similar languages.
They are.
They have the same root.
Lauren finished Hidden Pictures, which is a thriller, and it was great.
I've heard really mixed things about that book.
Okay, that makes sense, Gina. So trying to keep up with it. At least you have people to practice.
To talk to, right? That's helpful.
I don't have anyone I could practice Spanish with. I'm thinking I might see about taking
Is there French
Spanish classes.
What? Gina, where are you? I'm asking where Gina is in the world because is there French immersion programs in the States?
I wouldn't be surprised. I know we have Montessori schools that'll have Mandarin curriculums and stuff, and they'll make you do stuff.
Public schools offer French immersion in Canada, right? It's a.
I don't know that we would have public.
Milwaukee.
Yeah, I don't know that we have public schools that do it, but I know there are private schools that will do stuff like that. Cool. So,
the closest Canada has ever come to a civil war was over French education in Canada. So,
that's fair.
I'm lying mostly, but it is.
I feel like that's a reasonable thing to go to a war over there, considering French is a gorgeous language. However, it does some pronunciation fuckery.
Well, it's mostly because so when the British won the 7 Years' War, they expelled the French from North America, and that wasn't what the people of Quebec wanted. So, preserving their French language rights has always been a fight that they've kept up. Yeah. So when Canada was becoming a country, they're like, no, you're not making the English the official language taught in schools, you fuckers. So they had to make it by province, and then the rest of Canada is pretty Anglican, and then Quebec is Catholic. So that was also a huge fight. So the governments have to offer French and Catholic options to students.
That seems fair.
The Catholic part doesn't seem fair because they get the same amount of funding as the rest of us. And
that is.
But the French, weird. I think the French option is very fair.
Let's see. Lauren is new to thrillers, so for people who read them all the time, maybe that is why they don't like it. Maybe. I think thrillers can also be very much up to personal taste.
Oh, definitely.
There are definitely books that work for some people, but just don't work for others that like to read thrillers. So, and Gina says that in Milwaukee, they're cooler than in Florida, and they have tons of immersion public schools.
We have an
French,
ASL
Spanish,
immersion.
Italian, Chinese.
ASL immersion makes so much sense. That's just that should just be standard.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Honestly, that's so cool. I would love to do German immersion. I love German.
Yeah.
There's lots of Germans where I live too in this area. My city used to be called Berlin.
So you'd have people to practice with. That's nice. All right. Let's do the last sprint. maybe we might have time for like a baby sprint at the end, or just chatting. We'll see how we feel at the end of this one.
Sure.
Mute your mic. We're back.
I feel like that sprint went really fast.
It did. If I was not 2/3 of the way through this book, I might have just rage quit because this child is so dumb. Like, she's like, oh, we'll just stage a ruination. It will fix all of your problems. And then, like, literally the very next morning, she's like, oh, did you hear? And I'm like, honey, you gotta let that, like, you knew. You can't, yeah, more tact. I keep reminding myself that she's 15, but she's dumb.
Most 15-year-olds are.
If they're not, they've been through some shit, honestly.
This is true.
Typically. Or they were raised super conservative and they're the eldest daughter, and they had to help make sure that their sibling was fed because their dad worked nights and their mom worked days. Anyways. Was that overly specific?
Just a bit.
Yeah. I am like 2 seconds away from finishing editing my video for tomorrow, so that's all I did.
Nice.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was.
I got all but 1.5 shelves into Goodreads.
Nice.
And then I have to go downstairs and do the basement. But I think there's only one shelf down there that's like actual TBR books. It's mostly either books I've read but don't want displayed, or books that I have on Pango.
I started after I got back from Utah. I kind of started one because I was inspired by your basement, and I have what I call the garage of doom, where if I don't like a book and I want to get rid of it, I just take it to my garage and freaking put it in there, and I'm like, you're banished.
I just get rid of them so quickly.
Well, I do kind of on hauls in like a group because it's like I don't have like Pango or anything. I'm not going to sell them, so I have to maybe I can sell them on Facebook Marketplace, but
You could try. Do you have Depop?
Oh, I could try. That's something.
Because even though it's not like specifically for books, I bet there are like Canadians that wish that Pango existed that are using Depop instead.
There are a lot of people that use Depop instead, though. Like, not just Canadian, but even people in the U.S. Yeah, I've seen people use Depop to sell books. So I should look into that.
Libraries, and we have a good local store that you can trade for store credit. So
see, that's nice. See, we don't.
I don't have that.
Yeah,
I have to. If I'm driving to Boise, then there's a Half Price Books, but that's the closest Half Price Books there are.
In Idaho.
In Idaho. Yeah, there's none in Utah.
To leave the fucking state. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's a Texas thing,
Brittany.
I think.
I wish Pango. We need to write them a letter every single day, Brittany.
I don't understand why.
I am a Canadian that wishes Pango existed.
I get why Canadians can't ship to the U.S. and vice versa because
it's expensive as shit. Yeah.
But why don't they have Pango-CA?
Exactly. Yeah. We are sitting here with a higher literacy rate than you guys. We can do this.
Yeah, you guys should have just a Pango.
Yeah, because so Brittany and I
within Canada
to each other.
Yeah,
use that.
That's so. I know that's silly that you can't do that. It would not be that hard for them to even just do the same app and have a filter so only Canadians can see Canadian books, or you can filter so you only see Canadian books.
Right.
If you want to go looking in the U.S., you can. Okay, let me see how everyone else did. So Sarah has all the animals put back up, showered and ready to tuck back into the audiobook. Nice. Snazzy Moose had to take a brain break. That sprint brain breaks.
You've done an entire book today. So
yeah, you did. And you're on your third thing you're reading. Bethany is at 23% and doing some shopping. Nice. Brittany also wishes book of the month was ship here.
You fucking right?
Yeah.
All the shitty book boxes ship here and never book of the month.
And it's not.
Well, I wouldn't call book of the month not a shitty one.
But it's it's simple. It's
just
simple.
less shitty.
The ones that ship here, it's $70 for a bunch of junk I don't want.
Yeah, see that's the UK ones too. Like I don't need anything that's in that box except for the book.
I just want the book. Right. That's what I like about Book of the Month. It's like,
which is why I like buying them on Pango, because people will then resell them on Pango.
Nice. It's weird because like a lot of the publishing company, like Indigo and Barnes and Noble, are owned by the same company, aren't they? At this point,
yeah.
It's like all the same publishing companies are between the two. So why is it the way it is?
I don't know.
You would think. I also think it's kind of silly. I think it's kind of silly that like you have to pay extra to ship to Canada when you guys are literally just over a border.
I am writing an article about that for work right now. It's really interesting how like it would cost way, like you could ship something from California to fucking Massachusetts for less than it would take to ship something from like Toronto to Buffalo. Like,
are you close enough to the U.S. border that you could have like a post box? Like
absolutely, I could get a PO box. Yeah.
Then that way you could get Pango books and Book of the Month.
Yeah, I should, and just do a monthly trip to Buffalo. Yeah. And they'd be like, "What is your purpose for the U.S.?" And I'd be like, "Literature, sir, literature."
Yeah, that's funny. I want to get a PO box at some point so that I can just like.
Do you want to get it in Buffalo?
Shit. I don't, because I don't live close enough to drive to Buffalo.
Do you have to have a Buffalo address to have a Buffalo PO box?
No, I know people who do it.
So.
Yeah, a lot of Canadians do it.
Do they?
Yeah, it would make a lot of dog stuff is made in the U.S. too, so it'd be really good for dog stuff.
Okay, Brittany is saying I pay less to get from the. Oh, sorry. I think it's Brittany says I think it's because Canada Post costs so much, but still,
Canada Post has a monopoly.
I mean,
but like,
that might be part of it, but like
PO box and sell
Mexico
the address
too. Like, there are a lot of taxes that it's just like, why do we have these even anymore?
Yeah. And the Canadian dollar is hella devalued compared to yours. So it's just everything's more. And like when you put your exchange rate into stuff,
Canadian dollar.
Ugh. Like anything made in Canada, yeah, cheap, whatever. But then when it's like we have to factor exchange rate from like pounds or USD, it's like, or euro, it's like
JK.
I've seen some of the prices between, let's see, what is this one? This one is $8.99 US and $10.99 Canadian.
That's a good example.
That's not terrible.
No.
This one is $17.99 US, $21.99 Canada.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I have an adult book here. It's $30 US, $39 Canada.
Jeez.
This is a UK edition, so it says nothing about anything.
Snazzy Moose said, I get rid of my books ASAP. I have a book exchange that does the store credit thing, or I donate them to the thrift store for that. Yeah, I
have a bucket that needs to go to the little free library or the thrift store. I just haven't done it yet.
I used to sell stuff on like half.com when they were still a thing, but they're not anymore, which is annoying.
Yeah, post-COVID, there's a lot fewer things to.
Half.com's been gone for a while because it was an Amazon.
Oh,
so
right.
They haven't existed since shortly after I got out of college, I don't think. So,
but like even I think the Strand and Powell's books, you used to be able to like mail in a box of books and they would give you credit.
Yeah,
but they didn't do that post-COVID.
My books carry COVID. I cough into them.
Apparently.
At this point,
I think it was just because they didn't have the staff to be able to do it, to be able to intake them.
I also
feel like you'd pay more to ship the books to them than you'd get in-store credit.
Probably.
I do need to set up a Pango account because I don't like.
Yes, you do.
You have no excuse.
You need to use my account.
Actually, no, I don't. I have a Pango account. I just need to list these books on it.
If you haven't, you need to use my code, and then you can get the free book.
What free book?
If you use 4 Paws in a book, when you go to checkout, like if you're buying books, then you get $5 off.
Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Man, I can't wait till I come back.
And then I get $1.
You to go on
I love that it's trying to get me to buy Where the Crawdads Sing. Like,
My
I'm gonna
favorite
actually buy
part of like the whole Pango thing is that like we found that crazy edition of this book. Like this is such a beautiful edition of this book, and we found that crazy edition of Year of the Reaper for you. And it's like, I can't wait till I come back to see you, so I can be like, Brianna, can you look for this on Pango? Like, for me, Cal.
Well, because you can't even look at it, can you?
No, I can't download it. No.
I wonder if
I can
you
put it on
could
like
do
a
it.
VPN, but
Well, I was gonna say, I wonder if you could on desktop, because if you had a Buffalo PO box, then that eliminates the.
I could do a VPN and do it, yeah, for sure. But my phone, it's like, no.
I'm too smart for you.
You stupid little Ontarian. No.
Interesting. I'm over here like, I wonder if anyone has posted the Darker Shade of Magic special edition.
I think they have.
I have those.
Because I'm a fucking weirdo. Do you have the Illumicrate editions though?
No.
Okay, yeah.
As
I have the Amazon ones and I have the Barnes and Noble ones.
That's the one I have because I got them from Indigo. It's the Barnes and Noble one.
Yeah. I want.
I just have that paperback box set, but I haven't read them yet, so I'm not gonna buy special editions.
They're so good.
Oh my god, read them.
I've read the first one, and then I was like, meh.
Because Alucard's not in the first one, so of course it's shit.
Well, I also read it in April of 2020, and things happen.
Yeah, that was such a great month for you.
The thing about Darker Shade of Magic is I feel
it's a great thing for the the whole planet.
Better when you have the full trilogy, because like I remember getting to the end of Gathering of Shadows. Is that the second book?
Yeah. Well, they took the audiobooks off of Hoopla. That's why I stopped reading.
That's great.
That was slightly anticlimactic. That didn't go where I wanted it to go. And then A Conjuring of Light came out, and I was like, "Oh, this is the best."
It is masterful. Yeah. But no, I also didn't love the first book, and I almost didn't continue with the series. And then I read the second one, I was like, "Holy fuck, I like this."
Oh, see, I love the first book, and then the second book, like the anticipation of my ship meeting again after being separated, was what got me through the second book. And then reading through it the second time, I was like, yeah, outside of Alucard, nothing really important happens in this book.
See, but like the thing is, like I do like the Cal and Lila dynamic, and I especially love the oral sex scene in book 3 with them. Like that is the hottest shit.
That was so funny though.
It was so sexy. Oh my god. I was like, whoa! But I care way more about Rye and Alucard than I care about Lila and like
I don't blame you because they're my ship. I like angry girls and their boys.
I like sexy pirates that dress sometimes a little feminine and, like a sexy gay pirate who's comfortable with his masculinity. Like, oh.
That's shocking, Cal. I can't believe you.
Right?
Like, Cal can
That's not you at all.
Yep. I mean, you'd let Cal do that, though.
I would. But, like, you know what I mean, though? Like, Cal's just so boring in comparison. I'm just like, all right, whatever. Like,
whatever.
That's so funny.
You
and
have
I'm like,
hair covering your
boy.
eyes. It's dark. Pirate. And like the whole Lila twist. Yeah, of course that was coming. Like,
I love that you're like, I love the oral sex scene because it's hot. And I'm like, I love it because the reaction to it is hilarious.
She's like, oh, like you have to take all the magic words. And he like literally says them.
So
yeah, it's so sexy. But like, but then, okay, but that's a sexy scene, right? Every scene with Alucard is a sexy scene except the really sad
A Darker Shade of Magic is the one we're talking about. Snazzy
I would literally, like, I would die for Alucard, and he's not even real. Like, I would die for him.
Yeah.
Like, I would die for him. Emma, he's like essentially Seahawk meets our flag meets death. He's so perfect.
Oh. I could get the hardcover Percy Jackson books finally. I say like I don't already have 2 sets, but I need another set for the special covers that I bought.
That's something I can't. I've never ever owned like 2 of the same thing on purpose, except a Les Mis one, because I bought an extra edition of Les Mis when I saw one that had like a really good like notes section in the back.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I've never been like, I'm gonna own 2 copies of the same book.
I'm super
I own
picky
multiple
about the
copies.
ones. That scene. I will warn you, Snazzy Moose. You have to go get to the third book for that scene.
It
But
is the third book, but it is worth. It is
very
worth
good. Like that
It is
whole series
worth
is
it.
so
That
good.
that definitely changed my perspective on certain sexual acts. I was like, oh,
Nice.
maybe.
I'm very picky about the books that I have multiple like editions of. Like they are favorites. Like they're the Add Some, they're the Cruel Prince series, they are Six of Crows, and they're Percy Jackson. That's it.
I have 2 copies of Evelyn Hugo, but that's only because I owned a copy that was tabbed, and then Derek wanted to read it, and he wanted to take my tabs out, and I said, "Hell no, I will buy you another."
Fucking take a girl's tabs out.
He's like, "I don't want to be spoiled for things." I was like, "I will buy you a copy."
That's fair, and I get that you also have Portuguese copies and stuff.
So and then I have a Portuguese copy. And
I would buy German copies.
I technically have 4 copies of Addie LaRue because I have like the regular black one, I have the UK cover, and then Barnes and Noble came out with a really pretty red cover, and then I have the Portuguese.
That is too big of a book to have 4 covers. Big of a book.
I have
Evelyn Hugo. I can excuse that. That's she's slender. No.
And then I have 3 copies of The Night Circus.
Again, with the Aaron Morgenstern books are a constant battle for me because they're so.
I know you hate them,
and I'm like, oh, why are you thick like this? I like for me, it's all about the real estate. Like Cassandra Clare. Hun.
But this is why I'm getting my second and third. Well, technically my
I have 2 copies of some of the Shadowhunters books too because I prefer the paperbacks.
I fucking couldn't. No,
but I don't want to wait.
I got rid of the paperbacks that I had because I had the first 3 City of whatever in paperback, and then when I started collecting them in hardback, I gave the paperback ones to Derek's niece.
I don't even
the nice ones with the cool spines that match up and line up.
See, I don't like those. I like the.
I love the spines.
This.
Oh, I love the hardcovers, but I also love those spines. So I also have the spines.
No.
And then I'm impatient and I don't like waiting for things apparently anymore. So like I'll get the hardcover when it comes out. Like I will get Chain of Thorns right away, but I will also, if they come out with the fancy ones that have people on the back, I get that as well.
They haven't come out with those.
I don't think they have yet.
I don't think so.
I'm okay with that if they never do. Nothing wrong with multiple copies of your favorites. My family get me a copy of a new copy of The Hobbit every year for Yule. I've got it in several languages.
So there's nothing wrong with it at all. Like I understand the concept of it. Like, but my autistic brain is like, that's a waste of shelf space. Like I don't know. Like it's like. But I already struggle to fit things. It's like a.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't need my covers to match, like at all. I don't care. Like if I have like mass market like one,
crap out of
it's the reason why I don't own the Diviner series yet because I don't want to get it until my covers were all.
Maybe don't get it because some of those books are shit.
Also that. I read the first 2 of that, and then the book 4 came out, and everyone hated it. And I was like, well, I'm not going to finish a series that I'm not going to like. Like, what is the point?
I loved book 3. It had pacing issues.
No, they didn't like book 4.
Book 4, yeah, I meant, I that's what I meant. I liked King of Crows. It had huge pacing issues, and they.
And everything's out.
Yeah, but what mattered to me at the end happened.
I have multiple copies of. And it's just because I do have the shelf space. Like if I was in an apartment with like one bookshelf, no, I wouldn't do that. Or if I could, they would be in a box.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, but book 3 has one of my favorite sex scenes ever. Solely because of the guy's reaction to her like going like, I don't really want to now. He's like, oh, okay. I'm gonna think about my grandma now. She's like, what? He's like, it's super cute. But yeah, like, so for me, owning the books I like gives me like a sense of joy.
Yeah.
And so having multiple covers like that just adds to my joy. However, I don't, like I said, I don't want them for every book. Like that's not net. It's like Funko Pops. There are some that I like and I want them, but I'm not going to collect every single one.
Right.
But I'm also very selective about what books I buy.
I do have multiple Bucky Funko Pops. If there's a Bucky Funko Pop, you know I'm getting it. Like that's
I'm that way with
no, if I had more money, I would have every Catwoman Funko Pop I came across.
Yeah.
I just don't come. I actually just don't come across them that often.
I'm also trying to get rid of any book that I gave 3 stars or less, unless it's part of a series.
Yep.
Because I'm not going to reread it. And I'm not going to, like, if I gave it 3 stars, I'm probably not even going to use it in the recommendations video. And if I do, it'll be like a very specific.
It would depend on why I gave it 3 stars. You know what I mean? Like there are times that I'll give something 3 stars and I'll be like, but if you're someone who likes this particular type of book, it might work better for you.
Right. But like, I wouldn't use it like, and because I do half stars, 3 stars is not a great book, but 3.5 stars is a good book.
Mm-hmm.
For me anyways.
Yeah. See, for me, 3 stars is just, it's an average book. I enjoyed it. It was
right.
A book.
Yeah, it was a book. It did its job, but it didn't do its
job. And I think that I don't think it's a waste of my time.
Right. But
2 stars is where we get fiery.
But I probably won't reread it.
Yeah.
And I probably, like, if I was doing a recommendations video, it would have to be a very specific, like, niche type recommendation for me to be using it again. And in that case, I will find the cover and put it on the video.
The library it's for.
Right. Yeah.
What was I thinking? I was thinking something. Oh yeah, Rise of the Red Hand. I've only kept it on my shelf because I'm like, I'll forget to look up the sequel.
Oh, I got rid of that.
So if I don't have it,
I definitely did a blind date with a book because someone wanted the start of an indie sci-fi series, and I was like, I have one.
There you go.
I'm like, you may not like it, but here you go.
Hey, you asked for it. It's what you asked for. So, anyways, it is 9:45. Do we want to do a quick 15 or 10 minute sprint, or do we want to start short book recommendations?
Ooh.
Snazzy Moose is asking for short book recommendations.
Do you have like a genre that you really like?
Do you have an age range that you really like?
Yeah.
This one. This is
don't read it.
This is Sleeping Beauty meets the Spider-Verse.
Alex E. Hero is kind of.
She doesn't try to do anything. Like
I feel like as a person, I'm like, I'm not gonna buy her shit.
No, these ones like this is the lane she needs to stay in. She does very well in that lane.
Yeah, she so much made sense when I realized she's a white woman with an African American studies degree.
This is true. But that doesn't try to do anything with race or gender. Like there's
short books. Honestly, I thought she did most of it pretty well, except she kept using that word. And then this
main character is white, so
yeah. So if you're cool with books in verse and middle grade, Other Words for Home by Jasmine. Hold on. Let me pull this book out. The cover is gorgeous. Putting these books horizontal was a mistake.
fair.
Ooh, okay. So I have a middle grade suggestion. Other Words for Home by Jasmine Morga. It will make you cry because it almost made me cry. Like I was in the car being like, oh, this might happen. And then I didn't because I'm weird. And the other one, you'll appreciate this one. A Man Called Uwe by Frederick Bachman. This will fuck you up.
I wouldn't call that a short book.
It's a contemporary. It's like 300 pages. That's a short book.
The audiobook is like 9 or 10 hours.
That's not a long audiobook. You put that on double speed, it's 4 hours.
Well, compared to like, the sci-fi, but not for contemporaries. A Dowry of Blood by S.T. Gibson is a horror novella that's poly and queer and is from the perspective of Dracula's wife.
Oh my god, so good. It's so good.
So good.
So good.
That was such a surprise because I don't like any of those things, but I love that book. I don't like novellas. I don't like vampires. cutoff.
If you're looking for science fiction / fantasy, Trail of Lightning by Rebecca Roanhorse is like 200 and something pages, and I might be wrong. No, it's barely not even 300 pages, and reads so easily. And then another one that's under 300 is The Butterfly Garden by Dot Hutchison. This is a very dark book, though, so like trigger warnings for sexual assault and pedophiles. Like, the entire premise of this one is a dude has been kidnapping girls and putting them in his collection as butterflies, and then when they reach a certain age, he murders them and puts them in resin so they will stay that way forever.
That's terrifying.
It's awful. Let's see. That's not a short book. Those are not short books at all. Oh. Still in the fantasy lane, also The Song of a Crimson Flower. This is such a short, fast read. And there's so much packed into it. It is 270 something pages. And she does such a good job of balancing story, character, and world building in such a short book. It is amazing. Cal's getting in on this.
I have so much short African fiction that I like really, really enjoy. The fuck is it?
I'm just over here destroying my bookshelves.
I know, right?
250 was the cutoff? Ah! Okay.
Was 250 the cutoff? I didn't see a cutoff. I just saw a short book.
Yeah, she said 250.
Oh.
Okay, one of my favorites was this. If you're like looking for a more out there one, Our Lady of the Nile by Scholastique Mukasanga is 243 pages, so right at your cutoff, and it follows a girls' school at around the time of the outbreak of the Rwandan genocide, and it's really well done and kind of has like a microcosm of the conflict within the school, and it's really, really good. And I loved it. I flew through it super quick. And look how cute the book is. It's a square.
Let me see if I have any that are under 250 that I've read recently.
I've heard good things about the Murderbot series, but I haven't read it. I have Get It Right by Sky Kylene is a sapphic romance novella.
Oh, nice.
This one's really cute. It takes place in Austin, and it's got a lesbian and a pansexual. And then this is technically 276 pages, so it's a little bit over, but this is a YA fantasy with a very weird ecosystem where they're in a drought and people can sacrifice themselves and their blood can be turned into water.
I apparently do not read books under 300 pages unless they are comic books.
I don't either.
Kim Ji-young, born 1982. By Cho Nam-ju, translated by Jamie Chang, is 163 pages. It's very, I won't say it's one that I necessarily enjoy, but it's a very good book. Like, the way it's written, and, like, if you kind of know the backstory behind what the writer was trying to do, you can tell, but you do have to get through the whole book to understand, like, the full of what is happening.
Oh, like, yeah, the Wayward Children would all be under 250.
They would. The Beautiful Struggle by Ta-Nehisi Coates. I have that. It is very good. It's one of the best. Like, I don't read a lot of. I don't know that I have much to judge it against, but it is such a good memoir, and it's like, especially if you can find the audiobook, because it's like he's literally like just sitting across the table from you at a coffee shop telling you about his life.
Audiobook memoirs are always so good because it's usually the author that narrates them.
Yeah. Well, like the way he writes it, I think you could give it to anyone.
Right.
And if they read his words, it would feel like someone was talking to you because of the way he has structured his sentences. He does.
That's nice.
So it's so, when I say it's so well done, it is so well done.
Right.
That's manga. How is Full Metal Alchemist 288 pages? That's a thin little thing. Fine. Oh, you could read Persuasion by Jane Austen. That's a short one.
Yeah.
249 pages in the version that I have on Goodreads. So, anybody else have recommendations they'd like? We can do that.
Yeah, we read sometimes.
Oh, also El Deathro by
as indicated by today when we didn't read that much.
I honestly didn't read very much today. I did a lot of editing.
I just
did.
Today, so I think I'm doing well.
I read 200 pages, but it doesn't feel like I did a lot today.
That's a good point. I have read about 200 pages as well, but yeah.
How many pages have I read so far?
And I played with puppies a lot.
Me too.
Hold on, we're gonna take a look and see between the two books that I read today how many.
You know what's funny is we're like the service dog group chat. Somebody asked like what to do if your dog's being picky about eating, and Wilder was like, like take it away, and after an hour, give it back for 10 minutes, and then like take it away again and all that stuff. And I was like, lol. When Porto, I messaged Wilder privately. I was like, when Porto was a picky eater, I took it away and didn't give it back till dinner. And Wilder was like, yeah, well, that's what I would say in person, but I'm not going to put that in the group chat. Like, starve your dog. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the advice you'd give, like, someone you don't know very well versus someone you do know well is, yeah, well, starve him. He'll eat when he's hungry. Like, he'll eat when he's...
If I recall correctly, dogs really only need to eat, like, once a day. People just feed them twice because it's easy.
It depends.
Our routine.
It depends on the type of dog. Because if they, like, first off, puppies have to eat more. Because they have to eat smaller portions throughout the day. Should I technically feed my dogs twice a day? Yes.
My mom's poodle throws up if he doesn't get 3 meals a day. He needs to eat like a small amount at 9 p.m. or he'll wake up at 5:30 and have a hunger puke, like just bile hunger. Yeah, it's so like it really depends on the dog's metabolism.
Mm-hmm.
Abby, for example, the lab, she does better with once a day feedings. If you just feed her everything in the morning, she's way less likely to have accidents throughout the day, and she's like way more comfortable. But I think if I started only feeding Briar once a day and not giving her dinner, she'd kill herself. Like, I think she'd want to die. Like,
I wonder if Shotzi's temperamental runs might be alleviated if I fed her twice. Because she was she was fine. She got better on the probiotics and was perfectly fine. And then just yesterday, she started having them again. And I was like, dang it, we were doing so well. I haven't changed anything.
I'm at 279 pages for the day.
That's fantastic.
Yes. And I have a feeling I'll finish this tomorrow. I just need to finish that one tonight so that it counts for my TBR game. I was just like, we're going to take punishments, but I'm just taking all of these prompts and moving them over to next month. I'm going to be nice to myself.
That's fair.
And then if I started it, I got advantage on the consequence roll. I might make that a permanent rule.
That's because, I think that's what I do with mine is like, if I got past the halfway point.
Yeah.
Then I don't take a punishment.
Nice.
Because otherwise, because I did find myself like 1 month, I was like, oh, I'll just read 10 pages of these 3 books that I didn't read. And I was like, that's cheating.
Yeah. I wasn't going to do consequences at all. I was like, but then that's not interesting.
That's true.
So, anyways, do y'all have anything to plug for your channels? Cal, I know you have a video going up tomorrow.
Part 2 of my July wrap up will be going out tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then I will have the last part of my vlog in which I do every single prompt on your graphic of trying to clear out my physical TBR.
You should tag people to have to do one of those graphics. Just keep it going.
I don't like tagging people to do anything. And if I was going to tag anyone, it would be you two, because I know that you two would either just ignore it or not be annoyed and do it.
Feel free to shame me into actually doing the thing that I said I was gonna do.
Well, I can shame you. I'm fine doing that, but no, always get so like if there's ever like an Instagram thing where it's like tag 3 people, I'll do the thing and then I'll tag no one because I just like it gives me such anxiety. Or like I'll do like the Batman tag. I tag Julie because I know she really likes Batman, but like I'm not gonna just like tag somebody in something random. Like I can't. Like I'll be like, nope.
No. What you should do is your next vlog should just be like the next graphic.
I was thinking, so I can't do the
still doing
Goodreads
it with
goal
your
one
own TBR.
because I'm 30 books ahead on my Goodreads goal.
Nice.
But I could apply that to physical TBR, I guess.
Yeah.
And I could
know,
do the currently reading, probably.
If you wanted to, you could just do, I'm going to get ridiculously ahead on my Goodreads goal.
I'm already ridiculously ahead on my I finished my 95th book of the year yesterday. Like
Me too. Wait, 95.
Yay.
I think we're like right at the same point, but my
your goal's higher.
Goal is higher.
Yeah. Because I only do one more than I read last year. Always.
So do I. But I read 138 last year. Yeah.
I probably need to actually sit down and finish the currently reading one. And then I need to do the Goodreads goal one.
Next year's number is gonna be insane.
Margaret, can you do the same thing for the mid-year reading scramble or the end of the year reading scramble? Because I really like this one better than bingo board. The tree worked for me so well. It worked for me so well. I was like, oh, how am I gonna strategize which book? I really want to get to this book, but I have to do that prompt. So like bing, bing, bing. That's what I have to. I liked it so much.
That's funny. We could make this a more me thing. So that it's my thing and like not what 25 other people have done in the past. So
I'm just saying,
everybody does a bingo board. How many people do the choose your own read tree?
I'm just saying when we did the
Avengers,
past, I would do like 3 or 4 prompts. This one I'm taking deadly serious. So I'm like, I will complete you or I will die trying.
I'm just saying there's a reason why we need to read a lot next month.
Yeah, there is.
For unknown reasons.
It'll be the opposite of a low key month, would you say?
Yeah, that's what I would say. Okay. I would definitely say it's going to be a high key month.
Okay. All right.
Someone needs to put that as an
Goodreads goal.
Someone needs to put that as an announcement in the Discord.
It needs to be a high key month next month for me because I have 9 books on my TBR. And I'm behind on my Goodreads.
I apparently have 33.
But you did that to yourself.
Here we go. Ready? I'm gonna post something in the Discord.
For those of you that are here for the BookTube support squad and have no idea what we're talking about, the Discord that Brianna is posting in is our Avengers Initiative Reading Challenge Discord.
Where we like to tease people a lot.
Occasionally. We like we do Gina's.
Yeah.
We just like to find ways to torment people so that they will make every guess about what idea we're going to do.
The Avengers Discord should be logged in this week.
Definitely.
Like, make sure that you're logged in and available for any impending notifications this week.
Are we plugging anything else on anyone's channels?
I have a very important video coming out tomorrow that I've worked extremely hard for, and I'm so terrified it's going to flop. So please just turn it on and put it on mute. I don't care, but just watch it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any other BookTube support squad sprints coming up because I know we have sprints planned with Michelle this coming Wednesday at 7. So we've got sprints planned for other stuff with other people.
But we'll probably do them all the time, short notice too.
Yeah.
So join.
Follow us in the Discord, which I should probably link in my description.
Like, for example, did you guys know that I don't have Retrieving Thursday because Mark is going to the Dominican Republic?
Oh, okay.
So we do sprints on Thursday.
Do something on Thursday. I'm free.
I didn't know that until this Thursday. He's like, all right, well, yep, no, see you guys in 2 weeks. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm going to Dominican. I was like,
you're like, a vacation? From retrieving?
What is Cassie going to do?
What is Cassie going?
I mean, you could still take Cassie out and do retrieves with her.
What you need to do is take a really sad picture of Cassie, send it to him, and be like, apologize to her.
No, but he's like, oh, I'll do retrieving if you guys come to the beach. Like, if you can meet me there, we'll hold the class. And I was like, can you imagine this poor man who works so hard and like always does so much for us? He goes on vacation for 1 week and we all fucking show up and expect him to teach class in the ocean. Can you imagine? He's like, I retired for nothing. Like,
Also, you know, Briar doesn't like salt water.
yeah, Briar's not going retrieving in Dominican. She's like, fuck the beach.
I mean, it's a different type of salt water, though, so she might like it.
That's
Not
true.
like it,
The
just
salt
like
water
it's
in
not.
Salt Lake was like
So salty. Yeah.
like high concentrated, like salty.
So,
Anyway,
All
well, then
right.
we can probably plan on sprints on someone's channel on Thursday.
I'm free, and I have certifications to get done. So,
I'm free and I like reading.
Cool.
okay.
All right.
With that, I forgot to do the description for this video.
Wordy nerdy things.
So, they're not linked, but I'll go do that as soon as we're done here. That will be the only thing
I've
in the
been following
description.
us all day, so.
Oh
But yeah,
my
so-
god.
I put the stream together, was like, I'll do all of it later.
And later never came.
This is later.
Good job. Good job.
So, anyways, thank you to everyone who joined. I hope y'all had a great time and enjoyed. I saw some of y'all talking about how much work you got done. We're glad. Y'all got
makes
lots
me
of
really
stuff done
happy.
too. So, thank you so much for joining us for 12 whole hours. And we will see you later when we will talk about more wordy.
Nerdy.
Nerdy.